Hey, Kurt, this is Mike. Can you hear me?
Got you, Mike.
I'm trying this on an iPad, so this is not going well so far. I'll see if I can get the video to work.
Coming through good, and you're not labeled as Connie, so we got you. You snuck in on us.
Yeah, I think it's going to work. Oh, look at that.
All right, I think we've waited our 45 seconds for YouTube streaming, and we're at 10. I do see a few committee members still coming in, and we're getting some recording notifications. So yeah, Tim and Sarah, if you could start recording, that would be great. So we'll let those kind of last little housekeeping things start here. And excellent. Looking like a pretty good roster and no major technical issues yet. So let's get this thing rolling. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to meeting number 4 of the CWD Response Plan Committee. So as usual, I will start the meeting with a few updates, my usual rambling spiel, do roll call, and then turn it over to Jen and Christine to actually do the work of the meeting. So we are going to run this meeting very similar to those we have in the past and use breakout rooms to help facilitate discussion. A quick note to our viewers that are viewing on YouTube. Unfortunately, this portion, we're not able to stream via YouTube, so we will put up a timer on the screen for you to be aware of when the committee will come back into the main room where you'll be able to view again the discussion. But just with the nature of all the topics we have to get through, breakout rooms are a necessary thing that we have to use in Zoom. In a perfect world would be meeting in person and being able to have those discussions in person, but breakout rooms are the next best thing we have. So just unfortunately with the technology, Zoom, breakout rooms can't communicate with YouTube. So there'll just be a portion. Again, we'll have a timer up there that you'll have to wait for the committee to come back in. We'll review everything that was said in the breakout, so you'll be up to speed, but that's just how we're going to facilitate the meeting. So, but again, running it similar to what we have in the past. If you can believe it, we do have a lot to get through in this meeting, so we will be monitoring the time given to each topic closer than we have in previous meetings. So there will be an amount of time given to each subject, then we'll ask the group to move on to the next, specifically in the breakout rooms, but potentially in group discussion as well. So this will require everyone to be considerate of all committee members' opportunities to speak. So please, if you have had a chance to speak on a subject, wait and let everyone else have their chance as well. And again, for those that are having trouble finding a time to jump in, that raise hand feature on Zoom has been useful, been getting good feedback that's been helping some people jump into conversations. But this timing strategy that we're going to be using for this meeting does not mean the conversation is finalized on any of the subjects. So Jen and Christine will outline that our next pre-work will be focused on kind of further input, further reaction to our products as they currently stand. So if you don't get a chance to say something during the meeting, or you think of something after the meeting, use that pre-work to share the input. So again, there might be times where we're going to have to cut the conversation short. Conversation definitely isn't done though. The pre-work will be a great way to further that. So keeping on the pre-work note, just keep reminding it is an important part of the process. Fully realize that last week's pre-work was quite heavy, and we do appreciate everyone who did take the time to do it. It really helped get the committee to where we're at today. There's a lot of great information that helped give direction to some of our objectives and metrics. So please continue to look at that pre-work for upcoming meetings. Promise that the next stuff will be lighter and really be useful for your stakeholder groups if you participate in that. So next step, I'll get to the roll call. Prior to that, I do want to welcome our new committee members from the Wisconsin Commercial Deer and Elk Farmers Association, Jerome Donahoe acting as primary, and Roxanne Lotz acting as secondary. Thank you both for joining us. I know you've been following along in the meetings, and we look forward to your participation. And with that, I will get to the roll call so we can have all members state that they're present. As a reminder, this call is being recorded and streamed live via YouTube, as I stated a little bit earlier. So that's why we don't have members of the public within Zoom like we have the previous meetings. We went this route for this meeting. For the roll call, I will go through the primary and secondary members of each organization, as well as their technical advisors, so we can get an accurate account of who all is present. Just a reminder, as usual, secondaries that are attending, they're not allowed to participate unless their primary is not attending today's meeting. So with that, I'll bring up the roster and start at the top. Eric Cannon, with DNR staff, Eric Cannonia.
Good morning, Kurt.
Good morning, Mandy Camps.
I'm here.
Tammy Ryan. All right, she did send me a note. She just running a couple minutes late. Dan Storm.
Morning.
Jeff Pritzel.
Good morning, everybody.
And then going on to our stakeholder groups, National Deer Association, Kip.
Good morning, Kurt. I'm here.
Good morning. Matt Ross. Wisconsin Wildlife Federation, Ralph Frisch. Justin Lorkey.
Good morning.
Wisconsin Bowhunters, Bill.
Yeah, this is Bill McCurry right here.
Rick. Sporting Heritage Council, Elizabeth.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wisconsin Green Fire, Mike Samuel.
Hi all. Kurt, Mike Foy won't be around this morning. He's got other things going on.
Excellent. Moving on to our, well, we're missing a Mike then, but our usual third Mike, Mike Riggle, Conservation Congress.
Yep, here.
Joel Taylor. Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Noah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. Jeffrey. Moving on to
Sorry.
solid. Oh,
Jeff's not here. Sorry about
okay.
that.
No problem. County Solid Waste Management Association, Dave. Amanda.
Present.
Whitetails of Wisconsin. Gonna say Ryan, but I don't think he was able to make it. So Lori.
Yeah, Lori's here.
Excellent. And then Wisconsin Commercial Deer and Elk Farmers, Jerome.
Present. Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you. Roxanne. I think I saw her, but it's, yeah, we'll make note of that. If she's on and having trouble unmuting, if on a phone, it is *6. So moving on, Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, Travis. Miles. Oneida Nation, I know Shad isn't able to, so Brittany.
Here.
Thank you. Redcliffe, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Chase.
Morning.
Morning. And then moving on to our technical support staff. Lindsay. Dave McFarland.
Yep. Good morning, everybody.
Bob Holzman. Ben Beardmore. Kofi.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Chris Goodwill? Pete Dunn?
Ben Beardmoy's here.
Yeah, I thought I saw him on last. Well, we'll catch him if he didn't have a chance to unmute. Natasha? Dan Kroll? Darlene Conkle?
Darlene will be joining us at noon. We're going to tag team on this one, Kurt.
Excellent. So, and Amy, thank you for joining.
Yep.
Dan Herchert? Dan Barr? And then Lorna Will.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, that is a completed roll call. So with that, I will turn it over to Jen and Christine. At the end of the meeting, I will go over some of the future meeting dates, which again, I did share via email, but just talk about that a little bit, and then cover one kind of next step question we've been getting, but I want to share that to the end of the meeting after Jen and Christine give a little more background and get us through today. So take it away.
All right, I am sharing my screen. Can you see the presentation, Kurt?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. Let me just get all my screens situated here. Okay. Well, thank you, Kurt, and thanks everyone for being here again today and also for completing your pre-work. And as Kurt already acknowledged, we understand it was a challenging task, but our hope is that you have a better sense of where we're headed with this committee. And your work on metrics is critical to make sure that the DNR has a clear understanding of what you want them to consider when completing the plan review. And so those metrics will help us and the DNR compare how well the current plan and alternative plans that this committee will develop will affect what you care about. And then the consequences table provides the transparent structure for evaluating the plan and evaluating it versus alternative management plans, again, using those metrics. You also provided Tom and Ventana with scenarios that can be modeled to help fill in the consequences table and explore additional actions like how changes to legislation may provide more effective pathways to responding to CWD. So I know it was a lot, and we really appreciate you taking the time, and we have read through all of it, integrated it, and we'll provide some time to discuss the pre-work today. Future work, pre-work will be less heavy, that I can guarantee you. Instead, it will be reviewing the draft input document that we will be developing, and I'll speak a little bit more to that in a moment. So again, most challenging task of the pre-work is over. We won't be having those exercises, but we'll be developing that draft input and providing opportunities for your feedback on that content. I'll go through my same intro spiel today quickly as well. So our meetings are serving multiple purposes. We're using them to consider the objectives, performance metrics, alternatives, and the goal statement of the response plan. And we'll be using this SDM process to define these components with the committee and then comparing what the committee has done back to what is in the current plan and seeing if there is a desire to integrate those into the plan and present that input to the DNR CWD implementation team. It will ultimately be up to the committee to decide what input to provide to the agency for the review. So this is our diagram of the structured decision-making approach that we're using to complete this second 5-year review and how we're looking for input from this committee specifically on these first steps, the objectives and alternatives we spent an extensive amount of time on so far, developing clear objectives and metrics specifically. And today we'll revisit those and then we'll move on to discussing alternatives. I know everybody's been excited to get to this part. And so we'll be specifically considering actions that the DNR can take to respond to CWD. Today we're also joined by Tom from Ventana again and the National Wildlife Health Center. And they will be helping us to evaluate the plan and alternative response strategies as part of a larger project to model CWD and link systems. And again, this effort is really exciting because they're going to give us more information on how changes that may not be within the authority of the DNR to implement, such as changes to legislation or other actions, may influence CWD. And this can help the committee to better understand the limits of what the DNR can achieve on its own and show where collaborations with other groups may be needed to really affect change. So here we are, we're in meeting number 4, and this is a slightly revised diagram. We will be revisiting the objectives and metrics today and then move on to discussing the current response plan and additional actions that can be taken to respond to CWD. Kurt, Christine, and I will take the work of the committee and begin drafting the input document after this meeting, which will then share part of the draft with the committee and provide an opportunity for the committee members to provide feedback on the text in that document. We'll be back for meeting number 5, in which we'll discuss consequences. So we're going to look at how did those alternatives this group developed, how do they affect all of the objectives that we've defined? So we'll be using the consequences table to compare the current response plan to these alternate plans. And then we'll also continue to develop that input document, incorporating the consequences table and highlighting places where uncertainty may be still hindering the decision. We may also schedule an additional meeting in January. We have a date for that, but it is to be determined if it's necessary, because we want to make sure that we have the time we need to capture all of the committee's input. And so that is scheduled for January 12th if needed. The DNR will be using the input from the committee in the form of that input document to inform their second 5-year review. Christine and I will be working directly with the CWD implementation team to use the consequences table to inform the review decision. So in this way, your input will be carried through all the way to the final development of the review. And there will be an opportunity for you to provide feedback on that review as well. And Kurt, is there anything you wanted to add on that part?
No, I think you did it well, but if there are questions on that, that is something I plan to cover at the end of this. So I can give a little more maybe details on that, but no, I think you covered it well.
All right, great. Okay, so we keep talking about this input document. So what are the components that we're actually going to be putting into that document? So it's going to include input on revisions to the response plan, and that includes the goal statement, objectives, and alternative response strategies that make up the plan. It'll include the consequences table, which I'll show the example again in a minute, and then also input on preferences. So for example, which objectives does each committee member care the most about? So for today's goals, we'll be reviewing and discussing the revised objectives and metrics. It's something we've been working on and developing over the last several meetings. And we'll also discuss what is already being done by the DNR, so as specified in the current response plan. And Tom from Ventana will be here to show us how those actions that are in the response plan are expected to perform at reducing and preventing CWD moving forward. So if we continue with what we're doing now, what does that look like in 5 years, in 10 years? How well are we achieving our goals at minimizing CWD? He's also going to demo his model and ask for input, including input on scenarios. We'll be developing a suite of actions that may not be in the plan, but could be added. And then we're going to use those suite of actions to develop some alternative plans. So a plan is something that's made up of different response actions. And these can represent, for example, different strategies for minimizing spread of CWD or minimizing the prevalence rate in endemic areas, for example. So we have been continuing to refine the components of the consequences table today. So on the left, we have these are our core objectives. These are values-based reasons that we care about CWD response in the first place. And then with each of those core objectives, we have our sub-objectives in the next column, the metrics that the committee has identified, and these metrics clearly define the sub-objective. So while a sub-objective or objective might be a little bit vague, these metrics are what make it very clear. And then we also have our alternative. So here's the status quo, which is the response plan as implemented today. And the rest, these are hypothetical, but we can consider how we'll be developing these hypothetical plans, and which will be then represented by the inclusion or exclusion of some of those response actions. And some of those plan alternatives may perform well, for example, at preventing new introductions, but not the spread of the disease from endemic areas. In contrast, others may reduce spread from endemic areas, but it result in more predicted new CWD foci. And so the best plan alternative is the one that's going to strike the best balance among all of these objectives, because we know that there's likely not a perfect plan that's going to best achieve all objectives. So today we'll be working with Ventana's model, and it's going to show us how that model can help us fill out the table. So for example, how will the various plan alternatives in the columns compare at minimizing the distribution of CWD in 5 years? So filling out each one of these cells. All right, so the task of this committee is to provide input on the review process. And the work that the committee has done is being integrated into draft revisions to the goal statement, objectives, and alternatives. The end product is a review by the DNR, but this review process is being done in a different way than the previous 5-year review, as we all know. And this is largely because there was a desire from the DNR to better integrate the perspectives of tribes, stakeholders, and partner agencies into the plan. The DNR acknowledges it has limited resources and needs participation of other groups, including volunteers, to effectively combat or respond to CWD. And so by working with this committee, the response plan review can better consider your interests and explicitly evaluate trade-offs among those plan objectives. The DNR also recognizes that it's limited with what it can achieve alone, and that participation in CWD response activities from stakeholders, partner agencies, and tribes is important. So the work of this committee has already highlighted a few areas where committee members would like to see the DNR consider how CWD response may affect the folks they represent, and then as a result, affect their participation in CWD response. So in other words, there are really complex trade-offs to consider here. Some actions that the DNR can implement may be unpopular to stakeholders and tribes. And again, it might decrease participation in CWD response. So which actions are going to best meet the overall objectives of the plan? So for example, what happens if the DNR contracts sharpshooters to target older bucks? This could be effective at reducing spread of CWD, but will likely lead to decreased willingness of hunters to hunt in endemic areas. That may potentially lead to increased spread of CWD and potentially even more spread than if the DNR had not contracted sharpshooters in the first place. But this is really difficult to know, and this is why we're using models to help us explore these various scenarios. And so that's how we're using this process now, to explore these difficult trade-offs and also start a discussion about on finding creative win-win solutions that may help us balance these difficult trade-offs. So based on the pre-work and previous discussions during meetings, we've developed a new draft goal statement. I'm showing this for comparison purposes only at this point. We have several topics for discussion queued up for today that are going to more clearly define the statement. The statement is based on the objectives that the committee has defined, and we'll be sharing the draft input document with the revised goal statement between now and the next committee meeting for your review. But I wanted you to at least see how we're taking your work and we're integrating it into a revised goal statement. And then we're doing the same for the objectives. So here, just looking at the plan, we have our response plan goal statement of minimize the area of Wisconsin where CWD occurs and the number of infected deer in the state. Based on the work with the committee, we've redrafted a goal statement, which reads, the DNR will respond to CWD through direct agency actions and indirectly by maximizing the support of stakeholders, tribes, and partner agencies for CWD response to minimize the prevalence or infection rate of CWD, the number of new CWD positive townships, the risk of transmission to wild elk, and risks to human health. And we also have some details specifically about the scope of what is within the plan. And here it reads, the DNR response plan will support effective communication and collaboration with tribes and partner agencies, and also use the best available science to inform response decisions. The DNR will act within its capacity, within the capacity of the agency to implement CWD response within legal and budgetary constraints. I know there's a lot here. It's trying to wrap in all of the objectives of the committee into some concise statements. So I know there's a lot in there, but now it's a full encapsulation of the work to date. So we'll go into details on each of these steps during our breakout sessions or each of these components. All right, and here is the list of objectives from the response plan. I'm not going to read through them all. I think everybody's familiar with them at this point. So I'll present the list that we have from our meetings with this committee, and then we'll compare the two and then break out into groups to further discuss each of the objectives. All right, so some of the big changes some of the big changes to the list of objectives that we made are, first, we reworked them to reduce redundancies and make sure that we incorporated feedback into the list that we got from this past pre-work. One example is that rather than minimizing negative impacts of CWD on stakeholders or tribes, we did change to maximize support for CWD response. And this is largely because most of the metrics that were related to minimizing negative impacts of CWD on stakeholders revolved around participation in CWD response. So here I have an example of participation in hunting was used as a metric both for support of hunters and minimizing the negative impact of CWD on hunting. So rather than have redundancies where we're double counting the same metric, we consolidated it into one objective, which is that maximize support for CWD response. We also rephrased some other objectives to consolidate stakeholder interests into maximize support for CWD response. But we're always trying to keep the intent of these metrics. And so, for example, support of solid waste and wastewater management industry. Before the objective was phrased to minimize the negative impacts of CWD response on this industry. And here we've rephrased it to represent support of that agency, where we have 0 to 100% support of the agency, where 0% support is a scenario in which the costs incurred by the industry are so great that operators will not accept deer carcasses. And 100% support is where operators are accepting all carcasses. So the costs incurred by the industry are minimal. And then as we develop the input document, we'll also provide narrative on some of these changes and rephrasings, for example. All right, so here are our list of core objectives. And again, these are the things that we're trying to achieve through the CWD response plan. We have minimized, and these are the core level objectives. So within each of these, there are sub-objectives, which I'll delve into next. So first, we have minimize impacts of CWD on deer and wildlife. Maximize support for CWD response, and that includes several different kinds of support, including participation and funding. Minimizing risks to human health. Effectively allocate DNR CWD response resources, acknowledging that resources are limited. And then ensure effective communication and collaboration with tribes and partner agencies. And last, use the best available science to inform decision-making. So this is the list that we have, and I'll go through the sub-objectives and the relevant metrics. So remember, again, a big change from our process from previous efforts is that the committee has developed metrics for each sub-objective, which I'll show. And we're using those metrics to compare how well various response actions will affect CWD and the other objectives. But it also provides a framework for the DNR when it crafts implementation steps based on the review. So again, these metrics are making objectives very clear and giving the DNR CWD implementation team a clearer pathway forward that, that explicitly acknowledges stakeholder interests. All right, so when comparing, here on the left, we have the response plan objectives, and on the right, we have the committee objectives. Now, the first three are largely captured in the first objective, and this is one of our topics for discussion, is to make sure that the language is appropriate and that we've got the correct sub-objectives in the committee list. Next, we have on the left, increasing public recognition and understanding of CWD risks and participation in disease control and address the needs of our customers. So those are the DNR customers. And these are well framed within maximized support for CWD response and also minimizing risk to human health. The last one from the original list is enhancing the scientific information about CWD, which is similar, but maybe not the same as use the best available science to inform decision-making. So this again is another topic that we can discuss during our breakout rooms. And then these two are unique in the box, are unique, and were not included in the original plan. So effectively allocating response resources and then ensuring effective communication and collaboration with tribes and partner agencies. Now, again, we will be sending the previous list and the committee objectives after revisions today out in that input document for further feedback. All right, so now I'm going to go through the sub-objectives and the metrics which we've identified via the pre-work. And then I can't actually see what time it is, Kurt, so do let me know if we're going over.
You're doing good on overall time, but we'll see where we end up as far as a break or moving straight to breakout rooms. It's 10:30 right now.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right, so there are 4 sub-objectives within the objective of minimizing impacts of CWD on deer and elk. So we have minimize CWD prevalence or infection rate in deer, and the metric is the % of positive tested harvested deer in known CWD areas at the DMU level. And then there's a note in here to possibly age standardize those prevalence rates and of course achieve high confidence as we're monitoring moving forward. Next, we have minimized spatial distribution of CWD in wild deer, which the metric is defined as the % of townships with the disease. And another note in here to build in detection to account for potential undetected areas. C, minimize risk of spread to other species and specifically elk. And so the metric defined here is the proximity of CWD within 10 miles of elk herds. And then the last one, so this one was added in because of the pre-work. It had been removed from a prior list, but minimizing prions in the environment from harvested deer carcasses, where the metric is the number of carcasses collected in the carcass dumpster program annually. So again, there will be time to discuss this list during the breakout session. I just want to present them to everyone first before we break out into those rooms. All right, the second objective is to maximize support for CWD response. And here's where we consolidated stakeholder interests. So the first is maximizing the support of hunters by maximizing testing participation, with the metric being the % of deer tested by hunters, which can vary from 0 to 100%. And second is maximizing harvest participation, which can be described as the % of licensed sales or the % approval of CWD response by hunters. So here again is the example of an objective that might be met at the expense of others. Some actions that increase participation in harvest or approval of hunters may not be as effective at minimizing the spread of CWD. So coming back to our sharpshooter example, is it better to contract sharpshooters at the expense of hunter support? Or are there other response actions that may better balance those objectives? These are difficult trade-offs, and our process is aimed at helping the committee and the agency address those difficult trade-offs. So here are a few more snippets of metrics for the support of hunters, just to have a little transparency in our process. And I'll just read through a couple of them. And these are alternative metrics. Again, they're still on the table if there's an interest or if there's a desire to change the metric, if one of these in the list is more appropriate. And so we have percent of DMUs meeting or exceeding sampling goals from hunter provided samples, percent hunter submitted CWD samples, and or participation in hunting within CWD endemic areas, and minimize percent of hunters who stop hunting CWD management areas due to CWD, and a few more. So those are some snippets, and I do want to highlight that percent approval or satisfaction from hunters was mentioned, but I would say that the percent participation in testing or in harvest was mentioned more frequently within the pre-work. So next we have the sub-objective, maximize support of the non-hunting public. The metric identified during pre-work was the percent of non-hunting public approving of the DNR's CWD response efforts. And that one was pretty clearly highlighted, I think, in almost all of the pre-work. So it seemed like good, strong support for that as an appropriate metric. See, we have support of tribes, where there were a few metrics here, and I think this one is one that needs a little bit more discussion during pre-work. But for now, the metric is between 0 and 11, where 0 equals no tribe support DNR CWD response, and 11 are all 11 tribes support the CWD response plan. And again, a couple alternative metrics here. So the first one is what we use, number of tribes supporting CWD response, percentage of tribes supporting, or minimizing CWD in or near ceded territory. All right, and moving along, so maximizing the support of the solid waste and wastewater management industry. This is one I used as an example where we have support can vary between 0 and 100%, where 0% represents a scenario where the costs incurred by the industry are so great that operators no longer accept deer carcasses. And 100% support is a scenario in which operators accept all carcasses, so costs have been minimized to that industry. Support of meat processors. Again, we're using percentages here, and this is percent acceptance of deer by meat processors, where 0% is processors refuse to take meat because of long testing turnaround times, and 100% is processors accept all deer, assuming the turnaround time is acceptable. Support of the captive cervid industry. This is another one that'll need to be discussed during the pre-work. And for now, we've put in, again, percent support where 0% equals no support and 100% equals full support. However, I think the scenarios, the worst and best case scenarios, need to be discussed a little bit further to clarify this objective. Support of decision makers. So this specifically pertains to the NRB and legislators, where the metric is the percent of NRB and legislators concerned about CWD and supporting the DNR response plan. So again, ranging from 0% of NRB and legislators are concerned about CWD and 100% are concerned. Moving on to the third core objective, minimizing risk to human health. There aren't any sub-objectives in this one. And the metric is to minimize the percent of people consuming CWD positive venison who receive a positive test. And so this one was frequently listed in the metrics in the pre-work. Objective 4, effectively allocate DNR CWD response resources. These were discussed during the last meeting. So we have effective allocation of DNR staff time and workload, with the metric being percent of staff time spent on CWD per year relative to the status quo, so relative to what is already occurring. And B, effective allocation of the CWD operations budget, and with the metric being the cost of CWD operations per year relative to the status quo budget. So thank you to DNR folks who gave us the metrics during the pre-work to help clarify these objectives. 5, ensure effective communication and collaboration with tribes and partner agencies. And again, this is one that does not have a sub-objective, but the metric is that the DNR effectively communicates, where 1 equals no communication, and 5 represents a scenario where the DNR is very effectively communicating to tribes and partner agencies. And the last core objective, use the best available science to inform decision-making, where the metric is based on whether or not science is used to inform the CWD response actions, where 1 equals science is not used to inform CWD response actions, and 5 equals science is used to inform all CWD response actions. This is another one that I think can use a little bit more refinement. Here were a couple of the metrics that were proposed. We have percent change in funding, agency involvement in CWD research, utilizing scientific research findings in decision-making, and CWD response actions and recommendations grounded in science. And here, I just liked this note that somebody left. This is a tough one. I'll read the highlighted parts. The number of projects doesn't necessarily translate to value for decision-making. So, you know, there's a lot of variation in quality as far as science for decision-making. And then the percent of CWD activities supported by science seems appealing because the objective is the value for decision-making, not just science. And then you can read the rest of it yourself. This objective probably needs more refinement. It's really challenging. Who's going to, or how can we predict the value of science for decision-making without knowing which projects are being used? So we'll discuss that more in the breakout room. All right, so here is the agenda specifically for our breakout room discussions. Christine and I will be splitting up again with y'all. And first we'll talk about objective 1, minimizing impacts of CWD on deer and elk. And so I'll have 10 minutes to discuss this topic. As Kurt mentioned, please, if you speak once, give everybody else a little space to speak as well. And specifically as part of the pre-work, we have gotten responses and input that there's a need to consider different objectives and metrics for different areas of the state, such as for endemic areas versus new foci. So we want to provide a little space here to talk about that and determine whether or not we need to refine objectives or add in some new ones. Second, we're going to go through objective 2, maximizing support for CWD response. We're going to give each committee representative who's acting as a primary today 2 minutes to provide some input or respond to the new list. And so that'll be an opportunity to revise or refine the sub-objective and or metric relevant to their stakeholder group, agency, or tribe. Following that, we'll have 15 minutes for other revisions, and then we're going to come back and share the changes with the full group until 11:45. And here are our breakout rooms again. Our moderator, Lorenzo, is going to get those set up for us, where I'm going to be in room 1, and Christine will head up room 2. We also have our technical advisors here today. They can again provide us some information on relevant metrics. If we're uncertain which one seems the most appropriate, we can tap into their expertise to help us. And here's the breakout for room 1 and room 2. All right, Kurt.
Yeah, if you want to go back to the first slide, we'll get people moving. We have a break schedule on the agenda, I would just say, folks, we'll move you to rooms. So just if you want to take your bathroom break now while we're doing this kind of step, and then we'll hopefully be started here at 10:50. And then we'll spend, sounds like you wanted to be 45 minutes in here, correct, Jen?
Mhm.
So then we'll put a timer of 45 minutes up in the main room. Again, for the people that are watching via YouTube, this will be a portion that unfortunately just can't be streamed. So there'll be a 45-minute timer. The group will come back, as Jen stated, and they'll talk about what they discussed during the breakout room, so you'll be up to speed what was discussed. But again, for effectively getting through all these topics and working with the committee, these breakout rooms are the way we have to work. So with that, this is where we're going to start moving people through. Full transparency, this is Lorenzo and I's first time working together on making breakout rooms, and I unfortunately don't see them. So Lorenzo, you are able to see it and be able to move people, correct?
Yeah, I'm currently working on moving people. It might take me a little bit, but I've got a couple people moved already, so I'm going to keep going down this list as I go.
Okay, that sounds great. And if there's a question of who is to what group, you can send me a chat message or we can talk. So yes, if people want to take a quick little bathroom break, we'll work through this little technical issue here. Yeah, and we'll get you moved in. While Lorenzo is continuing to do that and set up the rooms, do have one question. There's a 715-564 number that is called in. Could you please identify yourself if you're still at your desk? It'd be *6 to unmute your phone.
Kurt, this is Lori. Can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha, Lori.
I'm going to be traveling through a little bit of bad service area, so if I lose you, I will call back in, just so you know I didn't drop off. Okay?
Excellent. Thanks for the update, and we'll watch the waiting room and admit you if that happens.
Okay.
Christine, I see you're still at your desk. You're not able to see these breakout rooms or anything, correct?
Correct. Yeah, I don't see any options to join a breakout room or add people to breakout rooms.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. We will figure this out.
Should I try to close the rooms and recreate them somehow?
Yeah, that might be the way if no one else is able to see them.
Let's see.
It'll let me assign people, but if you can pop up that list for which room people go to, I can help move people over.
Oh, so you were seeing it, Sarah.
Yeah, I can see it. If you click on the breakout room in the box on the bottom, with the 4 boxes, it pops up.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. It's not.
Doesn't show that for you.
Exactly, it's not showing for us. So we were warned that Zoom is having issues today, and now it has occurred for us. So okay,
they're gonna be closed off in a couple seconds here. I'm gonna try to recreate it in a manner that is different because I chose manually last time. So I'm gonna see if the other option will work better. Not automatic. There was a different one.
Okay, yeah, we don't want to try automatic. So but all right, so we did have a chunk of people in rooms. It just wasn't something that everyone could see. So people that are rejoining back, again, apologies, little technical hiccup here. Zoom is being a little fussy on us and we're kind of navigating through this. And of course, it would be the day that the meeting that Wes left us. So, but we will get this figured out. But the bright side is it looks like they were working for some people like Jeff Pritzel. I saw you must have been in a different room for a little bit.
Yeah, there was 9-10 of us that made it into room 2. And yeah, we were just waiting for a fearless leader and then got the message we were coming back.
Yeah, so yeah, it's fortunately not showing up for all of us to be able to join. So we could only assign about half. So we're recreating, but that's good to know that it did at least get that far. So Lorenzo, if you just want to say when you've recreated it.
Yeah, would you like me to recreate or just open all the? I'll just recreate, see what happens.
Yeah, I can step in and help assign folks as well.
Yeah, what I'll ask is any of our co-hosts, any of our DNR co-hosts, if they do see the breakout room button, I guess Jen, I can share the screen is what I'll do because so far it looks like I'm the one that's not able to see it.
All right, this should be open now. We want to start moving folks.
Okay, are there co-hosts that are able to see it right now?
I can see it.
Okay, excellent. So Jen, you'll have the list. I will share the screen for anyone that doesn't have the list. And yeah, we will get people assigned. And then just let me know for the people that are assigning when you need me to flip to the technical assistance part. And we can just wait on assigning me. I'll stay in the main room with Lorenzo, and then I'll just have Lorenzo assign me to a room when you all have started.
I do not have the ability still to assign anyone or assign myself, so I will need to be assigned at some point.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I can assign you if I find you in the list. Oh, you've been assigned
I already
already.
moved. Yeah, I already moved her.
I guess for that matter, if there are any of our committee members that are on a computer and they see the ability to join a breakout room, go ahead and do that. If you're not sure what room you should be in, you just can wait and we can assign you.
Kurt, I still seem to be stuck here in the main room. Looks like Jen's no longer here. And Sarah, it sounded like you said you assigned me, but I think I'm still stuck here in the main room, along with maybe it looks like a few other committee members.
Yeah, it does appear that it says that you are in room 2, so that's kind of odd.
Mm-hmm.
It is very odd.
This is Kip. I'm here as well as Christine. And I see we're supposed to both be in room 2, but I think I'm still here in the main room as well.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for that update. And now we just wonder what Zoom is doing to us. For people that can assign, could potentially, can you try and put Kip in the other room? And just see if he can get into any room.
Yeah, I'll try to move him into the first room. Did that do anything, Kip?
Potentially. He's not speaking to us anymore.
Seems frozen.
Oh, it looks like he was moved. I do see that he's no longer in the list, so we're down to 14 people in the main room. Oh no, here's Kip is back in the main room now.
Hey, Kurt, right after I told you that, it took me to the room 2, put me in, and then immediately brought me back.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, Lorenzo, try and put him
I didn't
back.
touch anything, I promise.
I don't know if I trust you, Kip. Yeah, Lorenzo, put him back in room 2. I'm not sure if this is a lag thing. We're just having connectivity issues or what's going on.
Maybe. I'm going to try to put him in room 2 now.
So for our other committee members, I see Liz, Roxanne, Amanda, Bill, you guys are stuck here, correct? You see nothing to move you.
Correct. I'm stuck. This is Amanda.
Okay, thank you.
Christine, I tried adding you to group 1 and then back to 2. Did it kick you to group 1 at all? No?
No, I've unfortunately been stuck in the main room here the whole time. Kurt, if you're talking, I think you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. It appears to whatever we did work for Kip. So maybe Lorenzo, if you want to try moving Christine, let's focus on her from room to room and see if we can get her to the room she needs to.
Sounds good. Here. Moved her to room 1. Any changes?
Still here.
Interesting. All right, let me try back to room 2.
Still here so far.
This is odd.
It says not joined. Is there an option for Christine on her end to accept something?
Yeah, that's what there's a couple individuals that say not joined. And it appears that they don't have that green circle. They have like an empty circle rather than a green circle. I don't know what that means though.
I am not seeing any options to join a room on my screen at all. I apologize.
Yeah, and I think the people that have joined haven't accepted anything. I think they just get moved. So see, we're whittling down the list, and I'm not quite sure how that's happening. If it's just happening very slow for people, or
By any chance, do you know where these last couple folks should be going, Kurt? I could try moving some of them.
Yep. So Liz Baker should be in room 2.
Okay.
And then Bill should be in room 1.
Is that the number?
No, Bill McCurry, committee
Oh.
member, primary.
Oh, it seems to already be in room 1.
Okay.
Might be having the same issue that Christina is.
Gotcha. And then Dave, you can put in room 2.
Seem to work.
Okay, and then Tom, you can go whatever room, so we'll put you in room 1. But the big thing is we still can't get Christine in room 2, and that kind of makes it, well, let's put Tom in room 2, I guess. Not that you'll lead it, Tom, but we'll maybe have another facilitator in there. But we can't get Christine in room 2, and that's a pretty big issue. But we literally have everyone else. Christine, are you still with us?
I am, yeah, I'm sorry. I just, I don't see any options here.
That was kind of odd. So I saw Tom, he had the same thing where it said not joined. And when I moved him to room 1, it changed to green. And then it didn't say not joined. And now I think it's good. I don't know what he did. I didn't do anything different on my end.
Yeah, like I said, there's no prompt, so it's just for some reason it's not going through for Christine. Perhaps we remove, well, we can't remove her co-host because she needs to share a screen. So,
What browser are you on, Christine?
I'm joined through the
client.
The client, not a web browser.
Oh, okay.
Literally our last person that's not assigned.
Maybe I'll try to leave the meeting and then come back?
Yeah, give that a shot, see what happens.
All right, bye.
I'm assuming Bill, it says you're in the main room, but can you hear us at all? Or are you in a breakout room? Bill McCurry?
It says Bill's in room 1, but it also has that empty circle and then the parentheses where it says not joined, the same thing that Christine had. That seems to be the last person that has that. Everyone else is greened.
All right, Christine's back. If you could give her co-host and then try to move her. And if not, I'll ask you, Lorenzo, to move me to Jen's room, and I think we're just gonna have to do this as a group.
Okay.
I can see breakout rooms now.
Oh, okay. Get where you need to get.
Okay.
Are you able to move yourself, or should I move you to room 2?
I am going to attempt to move to room 2.
Okay.
Weird, but now we have a hot fix.
Yeah, so people can join or rejoin, which I guess.
I think it worked. Yeah, looks like it worked.
Okay, so Lorenzo, I'll stop screen sharing if you want to do that 45 minutes. And maybe, yeah, let's get to put the 45 minutes up.
45 minutes?
Yes, please.
Sounds good.
And then while we're waiting here, this phone number, that's 715-564. Can you hear us at all? And if you need to speak, it's *6. Yeah, not quite sure on that one. So not a phone number I recognize, but someone that it just seems kind of stuck here. So might be a Zoom artifact for us today.
I'm going to share my screen now.
Excellent.
You able to see that?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right. Well, for anyone on YouTube that is watching that stuck with us through that technical issue, see the timer on now. We're at 40 minutes that the groups will be in their breakout rooms. Again, they will come back to the main room at those 40 minutes and share what they discussed. And then we will have some more group portions of this meeting. So there will be portions very similar to what you just viewed. So get a 40-minute break and actually probably then come back and again we'll share the breakout rooms. So for our logistical stuff, Renzo, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave and rejoin and see if that kicks breakout rooms loose for me so I can help sort better on the next one.
Okay.
Be right back. Fortunately, it didn't kick breakout rooms open for me. So or maybe someone want to co-host me, please? Perfect. I can see them now. So I'll be able to move myself. We just had a phone number and I'm pretty sure that's Lori. Lori, is that you rejoining us? I think that's your number, correct?
Yes, I'm back finally.
All right. Could you, do you remind me what room you were in? I don't have it right in front of me.
I have no idea.
Okay, I'll just bring it up. No problem. You are in room 2. We will get you moved back in. All right. Yeah, can you hear me, Lorenzo?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and
Okay.
clear. So that worked out. That was the hot fix then, just leaving and rejoining.
Exactly. So, but yeah, the bright side is I'll have the power next time too, so we can move quicker. What I'm going to do is then jump into a room now. I'll come back in at some point and check, but really, yeah, at this point, just waiting for the timer to go down. And at the end, I'll hit the close all rooms button. And then we'll just have to do this process again in the afternoon after lunch. So.
Okay, sounds good. Is this timer still good, or I know you had mentioned 45, but I think I might have done 40 minutes instead. Is that all right, or Would
Yeah,
you
I
like?
saw that change, and honestly, with kind of our hiccups, I think that'll be all right. So, and I'll just let Jen and Christine know when we're getting close to the end.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I'll be hopping back and forth.
Sounds good, Kurt.
Hello, this is Bill McCurry. I've been cut off from the Zoom meeting. All I'm getting on my screen is a timer, and I have no audio either.
Hello, Bill. Are you joining via YouTube?
No. No.
You're probably supposed to be in one of the breakout rooms then,
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
I believe I'm supposed to be in number 1.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll be able to assign you to that room.
I thought that I was in it.
Looks like, yeah, it says that you are. I'm gonna try to move you to 2 and then back to 1. Give me 1 second, okay? And are you doing this on your phone or what's your medium for joining Zoom?
No, it's on
Your computer.
on my computer.
And is it through the Zoom app or is it through like a web browser?
The Zoom app.
Zoom app. Okay. I'm gonna ask you to leave the Zoom app meeting and then rejoin. We were having also issues with Christina and Alt Debbie's of joining a room. So leave the meeting, join back in, and then I'll try to reassign you to the room. We'll see if that works. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, X out of this. Okay. All right. So then hit leave. Leave meeting.
A guy walked into a library and he said, "Rice, please." And the librarian looked at him and said, "Sir, this is a library." So he said, a guy, "Oh, now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. Oh, now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up." If you're turning down over Breakout video, the sound was only created from there. Something wrong, and it says this B and then goes silent. If you're turning down over Breakout video.
Still got the timer up. Hit
Oh, you're
join.
back.
Hit join.
All right. Are you in here as Bill? But I have to. It looks like Bill joined the room. I think that worked out. Okay.
Hey, Lorenzo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Kurt.
Cool. I just coming in and checking on the timer, which did it just stop or is my computer being a little slow?
Oh no,
Oh,
I did just I think I misclicked.
gotcha. No problem. One thing I was looking at for the breakout rooms is we don't necessarily have to close them. So I think what we'll start with is when we're done here and the timer's up, I'll let Jen and Christine both know that time is up, and then we can move the folks back to the main room. So let's try that and see if people actually get pushed back to the main room that way. And that way the rooms stay created. So we'll try that for starters. If we continue to have the issue where people get stuck, then we'll just have to hit the big red close all button.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, once this timer stops, I'll just stop sharing and then try doing that.
Yeah, hear from me first, because they might not be quite ready, but we're gonna try and keep them as tight as we can to this schedule. So,
Okay, sounds good.
all right, I'm gonna jump back in the room. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, Lorenzo, you got me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna give them 2-minute warning, but I'm pretty sure it'll end up probably being a 5-minute warning. So again, I'll jump back in and let you know when we're ready to start just assigning people back to the main room.
Okay, sounds good.
Can you hear me, Lorenzo?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, the timer's up. I don't know if we wanted to let them know or if they're giving extra time.
I think Kurt was gonna give them a little 2-minute reminder, but it might turn into a 5-minute. He said just because we did fall a little behind on schedule, so I was
Yeah,
just
no
gonna
worries.
leave that up until he came back to us about that.
Sounds good.
I could probably stop sharing my screen though, just to set up for the next one.
oops, hey, sorry, double muted. You can start moving people back from room 2 into this room, but Christine's also doing it from her end. So
Sounds good. I'll help her out.
all right, folks, we're just moving people back to the main room. What we're going to do is we're going to quick summarize what each breakout room did. And we're going to have that led by the decision analyst. So Christine and Jen can both summarize your own room, and then we will break for lunch. Just fortunately, we'll be eating your lunch a little bit here, but we're going to get through that step, then break for lunch, and I'll let you know what time we're reconvening once we're to that point. So Jen, you want to take it away?
Sure. Yeah. Let me just share my screen real quick. I'll make this fast. And then again, we'll be sharing the results and how the objectives have changed with the full committee. in the draft input document. And so there's still an opportunity and to provide input on what's been done. All right, so for the first objective, minimizing impacts of CWD on deer, we had a lot of discussion about if there should be different metrics or not for endemic areas versus areas that are new foci, and ultimately decided that these are still relevant metrics. We have minimized CWD prevalence and infection rate. However, there is definitely an acknowledgement that these things can be difficult to measure over time, and so there's going to need to be consideration of how the monitoring strategy is developed to make sure that we're getting unbiased estimates moving forward. And so there was a discussion also about criteria for calculation and using percentages as proxies when necessary, but acknowledging their limitations. And there was also a discussion about margins around endemic areas and new foci, and that we would like to have a discussion, or the group would like to have a discussion about different strategies for reducing spread from those endemic areas, but also from new foci. And so there are different strategies needed there. And we had some discussion about whether or not the metric should be percent townships outside of the endemic area with the disease or percentage of all townships within Wisconsin. Other than that, we did add one metric, which is maximize townships where CWD is eliminated, where the metric is the number of townships. That way we can track and acknowledge when there are successes, for example. A couple different notes here that I'll include in the narrative in our draft. And then moving on to maximize support, there was some discussion, and it seems like still some uncertainty with the most appropriate metrics for support of hunters, and that participation in these different testing or harvest, may not necessarily translate to high approval of hunters. And so I think at some point there will be need for further discussion on these metrics. Also a need for strategies to build trust and credibility in the DNR from hunters and non-hunting public. Some question on whether funding would be a better metric for the support of non-hunting public. We've developed a new metric for support of tribes, being percent participation in discussion and sampling efforts. The rest of these seemed like they were good objectives and metrics. We did have some discussion around support of the captive cervid industry, and there needs to be a little bit more refinement there, but we got some good notes on what may be entailed in that metric. And then also supported decision makers, and it was discussed that really the best way to get supportive decision makers might be through increasing support from hunters. That recaps it for me. I'll pass it over to Christine.
Thanks, Jen. I will share my screen here as well. Sounds like we had some similar conversations, definitely starting to hear some overlap between the two groups. I'll go to the top here and just briefly summarize our discussions. Some of the things that came out around objective 1, we had some discussion about elk and some clarification that when we say minimize risk of spread to other elk species within and proximity to elk herds, that we're really talking about core elk range. Had some discussion of different action items that might impact this objective. A lot of our conversation focused around the objectives for number 2, maximizing support for CWD response. With regards to support of hunters and testing, we talked about the need for this to be spatially explicit and had some alternative metrics recommended, such as the percent of management units that meet or exceed sampling goals. And then also had some discussions around what do we really care about? Do we care about the number of deer that are tested or the number of hunters that are participating in testing? With regards to harvest participation, we had some discussion on whether this should really be hunting participation or do we care about harvest? And also some concerns that some of these metrics might not be directly linked to CWD response actions, for example, because of some of these other underlying nationwide trends around participation in hunting. We also had some discussion about the support of non-hunting public and that an additional or alternative metric might have to do with funding or volunteering and assisting with CWD management efforts. A couple of other highlights that we had were, or discussions that we had were around support of meat processors and this idea that there might be other constraints that affect acceptance of deer that are unrelated to CWD. For example, some of the challenges that meat processors have faced in the pandemic regarding labor shortages and need to process livestock instead of deer, focus their efforts there. And finally, we did have some discussion around support of decision makers and also the captive service industry needing to, I think, define those metrics or redefine them, provide some added detail around those two metrics. Yeah, that's a summary from our group. So I'll turn it back to Jen or Kurt.
Great, thanks, Christine. Kurt, do you want to close us out for lunch?
Yes, that's exactly what I'll do. So I say we'll bring back here at 12:30. So we'll have a 25-minute break for lunch. And then, yes, please be back to your desk or your computer at 12:30, and then we will get the rest of the agenda going. And Lorenzo, if you could put, I guess, a 24-minute timer up, like you did similar for the breakout rooms, that would be much appreciated.
Sounds good.
Then again, for the people that are viewing on YouTube, obviously a lunch break now, you'll see the timer. We will be back in a group starting after lunch, and then there will be another breakout session in the afternoon, and then back to group discussion. So just pay attention to the timers as you're viewing this on YouTube. Thank you very much.
Hey, Kurt.
Yes, Jen.
You know, if we can jump into a breakout room real quick, Tom, Christine and I were gonna touch base if possible.
Yeah, why don't we join room 2?
Okay.
And if you can't, I can move you.
Yeah, it looks like I can. Tom, I don't know if you're able to do the same.
I think I may have to be placed.
Okay, I think I have that power still.
Yeah.
Moving to, you said room 1?
Yeah, let's do room 1.
Okay. Joining.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Thought one of the times I listened, I just switched to the previous time, Roxanne was on. But I don't remember Jerome. I don't remember.
I just let two phone numbers in that I'm not remembering, but I may have to should recognize. There's a 414-699 number. You just got admitted to the meeting. Could you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, this is Jerome.
Oh,
Having
excellent.
problems connecting to the Zoom.
All right,
Since
no
Once
problem.
we left the breakout room, it won't let me back in.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm glad you did join via phone, and we will get you named here, and you're coming through loud and clear. So we at least got that much. So thank you.
Okay, so I unmute by *6 again.
Correct. Yep.
This is Lindsay. I'm calling in as well, technical advisor.
Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. Were you having issues as well, or you just had to switch to a phone?
I had to switch to a phone because I have to drive.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Lindsay. Okay. All right, just admitted 830-928, and I apologize, I'm not good at memorizing phone numbers. Could you identify yourself?
Lori Steele.
Perfect, thank you, Lori. I should be remembering that one. And then it looks like Lorna will just join back with her iPhone, correct?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent.
I'm back as well, Kurt. Just stuffing my face off video a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just doing a few quick renames and noticing our timer is done, and hopefully people are back and happy and fed. And really, with that, it's 12:32 actually, so let's get moving. So Christine, you are, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks so much, Kurt. Jen, were you going to share your screen? Thank you so much. So we're going to be moving on to a discussion of alternatives, what we've all been waiting for, the moment that where we keep saying, hold your alternatives to this meeting. We are here. It is now. We are going to start off with talking about the status quo. So I'm going to share with you a condensed, digested version of what is in the current response plan. And then we're going to spend the last part of this meeting starting to develop alternative plans, a brainstorming session that we can then use to compare to the status quo in our consequences table. We want to build response strategies, but not implementation steps. And so we wanted to point out here this difference between kind of the what being what we want to focus on as a discussion or for this committee to discuss, and try to leave aside those things that are the how. And an example of this is a what might be to carry out a communication plan to provide the public updates on the status of CWD and CWD response. But the things that we're going to leave to the CWD implementation team are the hows, the method of communication, if it's going to be, social media or what that's going to look like, and the details of the communication plan. So all the details of the communication plan, we're not going to dive into that level of detail as a committee. So now on to the next slide, Jen. Thanks. So again, a summary, we're going to start off with a summary of the status quo, the actions that are currently being taken. Now, this is a admittedly very condensed version of the response plan, and you all have access to the full response plan. So for details, please see that. But we've generally categorized actions being taken into 6 categories. And the first 3 are to prevent new introductions of CWD, conduct surveillance, and conduct CWD response. Some of the primary actions that are being taken right now in preventing new introductions of CWD are restrictions on inter and intrastate movement of carcasses through outreach and education, providing proper disposal sites for carcasses, and also having white-tailed deer rehabilitation policies specific to CWD. With regards to surveillance, some of the main actions are conducting surveillance statewide with specific monitoring goals for disease detection and assessment, conducting outreach and education to meet those monitoring goals, and also conducting intensive sampling surrounding positives in new areas, and doing that through things like the use of CWD surveillance permits if necessary. In response, that third category, some of the main actions being taken right now under the current response plan are providing deer health data to CDACs for consideration in their decision-making, utilizing a guidance action plan template, promoting and supporting venison donation programs, and also baiting and feeding bans in response to positive detections. We wanted to note that this one is something that's not in the plan, but is within the statutory authority of DNR and something that the DNR is currently doing. Next slide, please, Jen. The last three categories of actions are education and communication, collaboration with other agencies, tribal partners and states, and research. Within that education and communication, some of the things being done right now are to carry out a communication plan to provide updates to the public on the status of CWD and CWD response, to monitor public opinion and conduct research to improve communication strategies, to provide convenient access to sampling locations, and provide information to hunters about reducing risks related to CWD. The DNR is currently collaborating with DATCAP on deer herd health, collaborating with the waste disposal industry on proper disposal, and collaborating with DHS to assess human health risks. Finally, with regards to research, in the current plan and currently being done are monitoring and reviewing peered research findings, monitoring deer population trends, conducting research related to CWD, and also cooperating with outside researchers through sharing tissues and data. Next slide, please, Jen. And these are some items that are currently within the response plan, but are not within DNR authority, so are not being undertaken. And these fall in three categories: preventing new introductions of CWD, surveillance, and response. And those include consolidating fencing authority related to depopulated facilities, surveillance. Some of the items that are not within DNR authority but are in the current plan are mandatory testing requirements to meet monitoring goals, monetary incentives to harvest additional deer to meet monitoring goals, restoring funding for carcass removal and testing of car-killed deer. And then under response, statewide ban on baiting and feeding, increased penalties for violations of baiting and feeding regulations, and finally, targeted culling. So this is, again, to remind you what is in the current response plan, what's being completed, what's in the plan, but not being done because it's not within current DNR authority. And hopefully it gets the juices flowing on alternatives and actions, and we'll also give you some context to Tom's presentation, who's going to take it from here, and he's going to talk about the modeling efforts that have been done to date, and the especially with regards to the current state of things and the status quo. Jen, did you have anything to add before we turn it over to Tom?
I think that's great. The only thing I can add is that we can also include that, we will also include this list when we send out the pre-work. That way you can refer back to it if you're interested.
Thanks, Jen. Tom, the floor is all yours.
You're still muted, Tom.
I see he might need co-host Daniel Robinson. Are you with us? Could you give Tom Fitteman co-host?
Yeah, sorry, I'm a lowly participant, and if you can elevate me, I'll be ready to roll here.
Tom, you should be elevated now.
Okay, good to go. Hopefully you can see my title slide.
Yes, we can.
So I'm really going to show two things. One is some data and very basic pieces of model scenarios on the status quo. And then also some preliminary evaluations of actions or alternatives as we envision this will work in the model. So I'll kind of transition from status quo to interventions that change the status quo. And please jump in with questions at any time. I'm going to try to go a little bit fast, just in the interest of reclaiming a little bit of time. So if you look at the status quo actions list, I kind of decompose it into two pieces, really. There's some things that suggest fairly concrete interventions, providing disposal sites, restricting interstate movement, things like that. These are kind of direct things for which there's some physics that we can model. So essentially the things above the orange line here are particularly susceptible to exploration with models. The things on the bottom half I would regard as indirect. So education per se doesn't do anything, but it builds the support base or the knowledge base that you need in order to change behavior in various more physical ways down the road. So it's harder to model education and still harder to model research and development because you don't know what's going to come out the other end of the research pipe. So the things that we're focused on are primarily in the top half here, but it doesn't mean we're ignoring the bottom half, because education or research creates opportunities or changes in mindset that might change something that would be sort of a parameter in the model. So if you have a genetic breakthrough that changes the susceptibility of deer, we know where to put that in the model. We just don't know how to model the probability of actually getting that breakthrough, for example. So looking at the menu on the top half, there are some concrete measures here about restricting movement and promoting disposal, some of which we haven't modeled yet, so I can't show you everything. And then there are also some kind of concrete items about surveillance and response. And I will touch a little bit on that, but there isn't anything here that I would call transformative. There isn't a big rollout of sharpshooting or a big increase in antlerless harvest to reduce density, for example. So when I talk about the status quo, I'm really talking about continuation of momentum of, say, the last 5 years into the future. But then when I look at some alternative actions, we'll see some things that really do reflect kind of bigger changes that aren't contemplated here yet. Okay, so first, some background with a mix of data and models. So this curve is something we've estimated just by putting together a couple of different pieces of data, the fraction positives and the post-hunt population estimates, and then summed it up over counties to get an estimate of the total number of positive deer in the state. And that has a historic trend of about 25% a year. And the absolute slope gets steeper, but the growth rate's about the same recently as it was, say, 10 years ago. So the real question here is, where does this go in the future? if you continue essentially the prevailing policy portfolio, does it continue to go exponential, or does it start to saturate, or at some point does it roll over, which could happen either because policies are accomplishing something that hasn't happened yet, or because the deer population starts to really suffer from the effects of CWD. So what do we do, or where do we think this is going to go? And we can extrapolate from this, but really what we'd like to do is get to a process model that essentially decomposes this into the various kind of physical causes that are creating this aggregate growth curve. So as we do that, I'll just show you some more data. This is the distribution of that curve in 2020 across counties. And what you see is there are a number of counties with some detections and some positives by implication, but actually probably the vast majority of deer, absolute numbers of deer, are in 7 or 8 locations in kind of the core endemic area. Here's the time series version. This is shifting to fraction positive rather than absolute number of positive deer. But you kind of see the same thing here in the left panel. There are 6 or 7 counties that dominate, that provide most of the positives in the statewide results. Over on the right, you see the statewide total. There's sort of a peculiar spike here, which I assume is sampling variation, variation in the composition of the sample, not an actual spike in underlying prevalence. So again, one key question here is what's the composition of growth going to look like in the future? There are a bunch of locations down here in kind of the bottom right of the county chart that are emerging. How long will it take before they're contributing significant numbers to the total? And if you look at, I think this is Sauk County here, some evidence that the slowing as they're approaching saturation. Is that true, or is that just a blip and growth will resume in the future? So to get at that, the model is, this is a simplified picture of the model. The model is basically looking at what are the processes that drive it. And in a way, I call these drivers, but really the drivers are also the outcomes that we're interested in. So the most central drivers are that you're accumulating infected deer and infected deer passing the infection directly to other deer. That's this red vicious cycle on the diagram here. And you see that reflected in the exponential growth of the infectious population over on the right. But you'll notice that it saturates. So this is a model run with some uncertainty around the parameters, but basically all of the different assumptions behave qualitatively similarly. They grow exponentially, like at a high rate for 20 or 30 years, and then gradually level off at a fairly constant prevalence. So that happens for a couple of reasons. It's basically this blue cycle here, which is the saturation process. It says basically you run out of susceptible deer at some point when prevalence is high enough. And then in addition, the green here is births, and births are continuously replenishing the deer population with uninfected young deer. So that's what prevents the prevalence from leveling off at 100%. It levels off at some lower level, particularly as the age structure of the population becomes younger due to mortality. Then and of course, harvest influences that as well. If you are taking more and more deer out of the population, then the general age structure becomes younger and less infected. The other key pathway is the orange here, which says that as you get more infected deer, you get more deposition of environmental prions, and those contribute to the infection rate as well. And if you look at the plot here, you'll notice that this this sort of blue, green, and red band is much broader. And that's because in the model run here, this is sort of an envelope of a bunch of different runs with uncertainty about some key factors, like how strong the various pathways are. And the key here is how long do these last in the environment? And we know that in principle, they can last a really long time. But in practice, they're also sort of transport and burial processes that while the molecule may persist, it becomes unavailable to deer. So we're interested in the practical lifetime, and there's a lot of uncertainty about that. In the literature, you see everything from under a year to, say, 10 years. So if that lag is long, what it means is that there's a lag between having a lot of infected deer and having a lot of infected or infective prions in the environment, which means that late in the game, your problem gets worse or more intractable once you have sort of filled up this box. So that's another key feature here is early in the cycle, assuming the lifetime's not too short, most of the infections are going to be coming from this red process. The further into the progression of the disease in an area you get, the more and more the orange feedback loop here, the orange vicious cycle becomes important. So that's kind of the basic dynamics. Then there are lots of ways to intervene on top of that we'll talk about a little bit later. Okay, so what does this mean for status quo behavior? It means that in high prevalence areas, they're probably already fairly close to saturation. So they might increase another 50% in the next 10 years, but they're not going to double one or two more times. On the other hand, low prevalence areas that are just emerging now that are 1 or 2% prevalence have a lot of room to grow before they start to hit the saturation process of running out of deer, running out of susceptible deer. If you look sort of backcast to some of the counties that are now highly prevalent, 10 years ago, they were at, say, 1 to 3% prevalence. Now they're at 10 to 26%. So that's another sort of version of the rapid growth. It's also interesting that there's a lot of variation here. We don't really understand, at least I don't understand, the causes of that variation. So that's another thing that we're interested in, is what was different about one county or one township versus another that led to a substantially different outcome. But a lot of it is just randomness as well, and measurement error in the early sampling. So far, this is kind of the picture of how the disease evolves within a single fixed geography, but you can also look at it as evolution across geographies. So this is turning to kind of evidence of geographic spread. So the blue line is number of counties with one or more positives in it each year, and the red is 20 or more, and they're both growing significantly. If you look at it at a finer spatial level, this is looking at townships. You can see a little more of what's going on. So the stack here is the total number of townships infected over the last 20 years, which totals about 250. And you can see the composition is dominated by the blue band, which is a township adjacent to an existing infected township, also detecting the disease. If you look at so presumably that's a mix of either local transport of deer or simply deer dispersion as they wander from one territory to another. If you look at the gray band, those are the sort of isolated sparks where there's an inexplicable long distance appearance of disease far from a known location. A couple of those are sort of spatially correlated with captive facilities, but a lot of them aren't. So that could be long distance transport of a carcass or some other process. And then there's some ambiguous cases. The orange band are things that are nearby within 3 townships of an infection, and it's hard to make attributions about the cause of those. If you look at it spatially, you can see kind of the same pattern. There aren't very many isolated infected townships. Most of it is concentrated on kind of the, especially most of the new infections, which are the yellow items here, are concentrated on the fringe of the existing endemic area. So just a thought about this. So, there's essentially 2 components to the strategy then. One is preventing or reducing growth within an existing positive area. The other is to prevent the geographic spread, but preventing the geographic spread really has 2 components, it appears. One is to prevent the diffusion at the kind of the soft margin around the endemic area, and the other is to prevent these long distance transport sparks from occurring. And it seems likely that those have different mechanisms and therefore require different strategies. Just some other things that are happening is a look at fraction of population harvested. So the harvest rate has been gradually falling pretty much across the board. There's some noise to that, but presumably this is due to demographics and other long-term drivers that are not necessarily related to policy. And maybe therefore more difficult to change. And this is true across the board and also in kind of some of the key core counties that are most highly infected. If you look at the composition of the harvest, it's shifted a little bit, but it's basically fairly balanced with a number of outliers with a higher share of buck harvest, but kind of a center of mass that's pretty balanced between bucks and antlerless. And again, apart from back in say 2004 and 2006 to 8, not strong evidence of a big shift to antlerless harvest as a means of density reduction. If you look at, so the result of this is some somewhat varying trends in deer density, but in general, the center of mass is moving upward, which is the opposite of the original response plan's aspiration. And that's true also, again, in the core endemic counties over on the right here. So that's a consequence of probably a couple of things. Declining hunting effort, certainly a key factor. But it also indicates that CWD mortality is not sufficient to collapse the population. And that may be in part due to this green feedback loop here, which says that births are replacing deer, and that may be amplified by the fact that if the population falls at all, there's more food per deer, and so there's some kind of carrying capacity rebound that makes it hard to drive the deer population down, either through disease or through policy. It makes management intervention on that difficult as well. Looking at testing, very high sampling in some areas where it was a great concern early on, then low levels of testing prevailing since, with some increase recently, but still the average deer is relatively unlikely to get tested unless it's in these high counties here, I think are in the core endemic area. So if you look at, again, number analyzed, total positives, it's a little tricky to interpret the graph on the right because of the variation in the sampling on the left. And it's not just varying by absolute number of tests, but also by the distribution around the state. So this is another thing we want to back out of the models. And certainly DNR is already doing that in prevalence estimates in the endemic areas to try and understand better what's going on within particular geographies without the biases of composition in type of deer taken or geography where deer are taken. But if you look at the overall statewide distribution, sampling is highly correlated with fraction positive. So there's a lot more sampling in the endemic area. This is, I think, some of the homework comments referred to this. In one sense, it's problematic in that it means that you're devoting a lot of testing in an area where you're already 100% sure there's a lot of disease. So it's not yielding a lot of information. You're oversampling that area. And at the same time, probably undersampling some of the fringe. But on the other hand, testing serves two purposes. One is information, and the other is minimizing risk. So a lot of the motivation for that testing is that hunters want to know if their deer is positive. So it's kind of hard to take away the sampling in the core endemic area. You'd like to see an expansion. But in any case, if you look at the purple and the blue here are, and the light gray are fairly low testing levels. This is testing, say, 1 to 10 deer per township per year, which, as we'll see a little down the road here, means the detection threshold is fairly high. So there may be long lags in discovering the existence of positives in an area. So that's sort of the past is prologue view of things. Actually, before I shift on to some more forward-looking scenarios, any questions or comments on this? I just want to give an opportunity for that.
It's Mike Samuel. I was just curious. I know you talked about the environmental component a bit. I'm curious about your thoughts on uptake into plants and whether that's something that is being considered or potentially in the future, or what your thoughts are on that.
We haven't modeled that. So the model does literally just have a single stock of environmental prions with an uncertain lifetime and a deposition rate. And actually, there's also in some versions, there's carcass-based deposition, which is sort of coming from a little cloud here to another, I guess, more manageable source of deposition. But we haven't looked at kind of the chain of what happens to the deposited molecules going from soils to plants to water to other things. So if you have specific thoughts on that, I'd be interested to hear it, but we don't have any complexity in the model around those processes.
I had a question.
Yeah.
So your model is based on townships, and we had earlier discussions on 10-mile diameter areas. Have you modeled that at all in comparison for better identification of new areas of concern?
We could. We actually, the model that I'm showing here is actually just modeling a single sort of grid cell. So you could interpret it as a township or a county or a 3x3 or 10-mile area or something like that. So it's kind of agnostic about the spatial scale. We've also explored modeling, doing an explicit spatial model with lots of grid cells interacting, which is important for understanding the diffusion of deer around the landscape, but we haven't really gotten a good way of handling that yet. So we'll probably do something that's kind of a hybrid, but the things I can show you today are basically single township or single geography results. And essentially the model's agnostic about that scale. So you could, if you take what I'm showing here and multiply by 10, essentially, then you have your larger area. Was that from the perspective of increasing chances of detection by sort of changing the granularity of surveillance, or I'm curious what was the motivator for the 10-mile?
That's typically for a new detection as a 10-mile gradient. And then trying
right. Okay. So you're talking the 10-mile radius around a detection
versus going by the landscape of a township.
I see what you mean. So I think we could model that, but I haven't done it with that in mind, with the kind of expansion of a detection perimeter around an area. So that's a really interesting question, and probably can be done, just hasn't been done yet.
Just as a quick follow-up to that, Tom, at some time or some level, people want to deal with what to do about these new detections. Is the model such that the actions have to take place within one of those cells, or can the model handle actions over a combination of cells, just like the 10 square mile?
Currently, what I'm going to show you today is essentially stuck in the single cell, but we can do sort of a surround area. And I think that raises some really interesting questions about, should you be trying to lower density in the core cell essentially in order to change the gradient so that you have less dispersion of infection out of that area into the surroundings and things like that. And just kind of the statistics of, if you found it in one township, what's the likelihood that it exists undetected in a couple of surrounding townships as well?
Then a follow-up question to Mike's point. If you use the Shell Lake situation as a control model of it not being detected from the first detection, would you use your model to say how could that help better looking at other new detection areas or a response?
Probably realistically, we won't be able to calibrate to individual detections, at least on the time scale that we have available through this process, but ultimately we'd like to get there. So I think we may have some generic insights about detection strategy that could be applied to that problem. Maybe I should show you some of those things, just because I've got a couple of slides about particular detection strategy questions that really pertain to this. So why don't I show you that now, and then we can revisit those questions.
Can I ask just one question very quickly?
Please.
So the surveillance plans right now involve, instead of just all statewide, it breaks down into regional, and it's done on like an every 3-year assessment. So was that incorporated into the model when assessing the likelihood of a detection? Because it won't be the same based on the year if sampling is not being conducted there at a high level.
Right. So in the simplified scenarios I'm going to show you don't fully assimilate what's possible or what's in the basic plan. And actually I'm realizing as I say this here, I'll show you an example. If I can get PowerPoint to cooperate here. So I'm going to transition now to looking at some sort of alternative action response scenarios. And I've put two together. So one is looking at what's the composition of the hunt effort. Do you target antlerless or bucks, and how much do you increase? And what does that do to deer density and prevalence and other metrics of interest? The other is looking at detection of an emergent disease, an emergent infection in a new sort of geographic area. So I'm using the same model for both of these, but with a little bit of variation. So the one we're going to look at now has no age or sex or geographic detail, very simplified. So the key processes are the infection processes, births, and some discrete events. So the births, deaths, and disease progression are all random events that happen to individual deer. And then testing is, in addition, randomly sampling from deer mortality. And just for simplicity here, it's sampling all mortality. It's not, so it's, car crashes in addition to the hunt. And then around that, there's some uncertainty just from random variation. There's also uncertainty in the strength of the various transmission paths and how long prions last and so forth. And the model is set up so that it grows kind of the way Iowa County unfolded. So the scenario is you have a township. It's 36 square miles with 30 deer a square mile. There are about 1,000 deer. But the model's not particularly tied to that density or that spatial size. So you could kind of mentally scale it up or down. There's a baseline harvest rate about 30% per year, which is balanced, and infection starts undetected and then grows or shrinks randomly when the infection level's very low. There's some chance it'll sort of spontaneously extinguish because of unlucky deer deaths. And you can sample at different rates. You can do surveillance at 5 or 50 deer per year. Then when you discover it, there's a follow-up intervention, which is decrease contact rate by banning, baiting, and feeding, increase the harvest, and in addition, try to enrich the harvest in positives by some kind of smart demographic or geographic focus, which might be hunt focused on older bucks, or it might be sharpshooting. And this version of the model doesn't have the age and sex structure, so it's sort of agnostic about how that happens. So I'll show you just 3 strategies: a baseline, which is no intervention. And if you're not going to intervene, then whether you do surveillance or not isn't really important. It's sort of a curiosity rather than an enabler. And then a minimal surveillance, which is 5 tests a year in the township, and intervention. And then an aggressive surveillance strategy, which is 50 tests a year plus intervention. And so just a reminder, 50 tests a year is like the orange cells here. So in the real world, it's kind of concentrated around the edges of the endemic area, whereas 5 is more like an outlying area, but an outlying area that might still be within kind of range of the wandering of a deer. So let's see, just in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over that because it'll become evident. So at low infection levels, there's a lot of random variations. So here's one possible way that could unfold. The blue line is true prevalence. So you start here in 2001 and introduce 1 deer, and it spreads into a couple deer. And in the 3rd year, you detect the positive, and this is sampling 50 deer a year. So the detection threshold is relatively is fairly low prevalence. So this gets detected at around maybe 1 or 2% prevalence after 3 years. But here's another way that exactly the same setup could go. You introduce that 1 deer, and then the infection kind of wanders randomly at a very low level. It simmers along for many years. And because prevalence stays very low, it's below the detection threshold. You'll notice the scale's a little different here. So this is well under 1%. It just bubbles along with just a couple of deer infected for a long period of time. Eventually, it reemerges by bad luck, or actually it might be accumulation of environmental contamination from having a slow deposition rate for a really long time. Reemerges, starts to grow. And again, by bad luck in this case, even after this reaches 1% prevalence, it takes another 5 or 6 years to be detected. And that's purely random variation in the sampling process, in spite of the fact that the sampling rate's pretty adequate here, I'd say. So the kind of the killer feature of the randomness in sampling is that there's a sort of a heavy right tail to non-detection, so that particularly if you're sampling at low levels, this is a case where lots of infected deer were introduced. So immediately you're above the kind of the 1% aspirational detection threshold, but it takes 15 years or so to detect that infection. That's problematic. So here's some kind of mean outcomes of these scenarios, and I've color coded them roughly according to sort of the attractiveness of the outcome, assuming that it's, I think these are self-evident. It's more attractive to have more healthy deer and less attractive to have more CWD. So with aggressive surveillance, you get the best outcome on all dimensions. But of course, there's one outcome that's not shown here, which is the cost of all the testing. So that's a trade-off that really ought to be rolled into the model, because that budget could be devoted to other activities that might get you more bang for the buck somewhere else. So that's really the set of trade-offs we're trying to evaluate. So this is essentially trying to fill out a few cells of the consequence table for the surveillance strategy. And we'd like to proliferate this into some more flavors so we can look at what's the best thing to do in a endemic area versus a marginal area versus a currently undetected area. You can also look at the ranges of outcomes with some uncertainty. And again, the key takeaway here is that at fairly common low surveillance levels, the time to detection on average may be fairly short. I think the median's about 5 years, but has a heavy tail of long periods of detection where the disease just escapes notice because of bad luck in sampling. And that means you have a lot more of a problem when you do discover it. But that has to be traded against the cost of doing a lot of surveillance in areas where you don't know that there's a problem, and that has some opportunity cost. So that's one set of scenarios that I think what coming back to the previous questions, there's some things that could be added on here, like a couple of adjacent geographies, and look at what happens if you expand the geographic focus of the sampling and expand the sampling rate after the first detection. And that probably provides some more nuanced possibilities for strategies here. So running short on time, but I want to show you one more set of actions, because I think hopefully they're sort of generative of some thoughts. And actually these respond to a number of the questions in the pre-work. A number of people asked kind of proposed questions or suggested scenarios which dealt with different targeting strategies for harvest. So I've just started, again, pretty much the same model, but with age and sex structure in it, so that we can look at old bucks versus young bucks and antlerless harvest and so forth. I've just put together some different strategies. So the baseline is kind of the prevailing harvest statewide, 30%. Then there's a uniform increase to 50% harvest of all age and sex classes then there's an antlerless only increase. So you still take 30% of the bucks, but increase to 50 on the antlerless. Then another possibility is focus on the older bucks or focus on all bucks and leave the antlerless harvest alone. And then finally, because this is a model, we can test policies that we don't necessarily know how to implement in the real world. So there's another one, which is to selectively take 20% of the infected and clinical deer only. However, they may be distributed across the age and sex classes. So that probably implies some correlation with harvesting older deer, for example. But in the model, it's adaptive because we have sort of the magic rifle scope that can see a positive deer from 100 yards. So there may be some proxies for this policy in the real world, focusing on areas where positive's been detected or focusing on particular demographics. So here's kind of two extremes. So the base case is on the left here. Looks like what we saw before. So kind of like, again, this sort of Iowa County dynamic of it's 2020 and we're starting to approach saturation, but at a very high level of prevalence. If you have the perfect targeting strategy, it actually takes a big bite out of that prevalence, but it's not enough to fully reverse the course of the disease. And that may be partly because we're in kind of core endemic territory where there are now a lot of prions in the environment. So taking out the infected deer doesn't take out all the sources of infection. So we probably can't digest this in the couple of minutes that I have remaining, but I'll just highlight a few key features. So one is that so each column here is a scenario or an action alternative, and then each row is a different metric. So there's some population metrics, the total population of deer, then the older bucks, the healthy deer, then prevalence and the fraction of the harvest that's positive, and the number of positives that get eaten. Clinical prevalence, so your chance of seeing a sick deer, essentially. Total harvest, the trophy harvest, so the older bucks, and then an index of relative harvest effort, which is a function of how many deer are you taking and how selective are you being. So if you're just kind of going out and shooting the first deer you see, that's less time intensive than going out and looking for a particular class or an infected deer or something. So what you'll notice as a general feature is there's no dominant strategy except for the kind of the over at the right here, the perfect targeting strategy is pretty good on all dimensions. It just happens to be the one that's not entirely clear how that could be realized. So the others all involve some trade-offs, and they're strong in some areas and not in others. So for example, if you uniformly increase targeting of all deer or you take a lot of antlerless harvest, it has a really big impact on the population. So it shrinks a lot. Of course, from a vegetation perspective, that might be a good thing, whereas targeting the bucks has a lighter impact on population, but particularly if you're only targeting older bucks, it's not as effective at reducing prevalence, which is sort of interesting because the older bucks are the most infected deer in the population. My I haven't fully investigated this in the model, but I suspect that part of the reason this doesn't work that well is simply that you, by targeting only the older bucks, you run out of them and you're not addressing any of the other sources of infection. But there may be more to learn there. So the key challenge here is there's no single strategy that's obviously dominant on all dimensions. And if you look at them across, this is now kind of looking one variable at a time, you can also look at them from the perspective of what's the range of uncertainty in the outcome. So the heights of the bars here are possible future ranges of the deer population in this case across the different scenarios. And I won't go through all of these just because the time considerations, but actually we'll share this afterwards and you can take a look. What you see is, again, the same pattern of relatively different outcomes and also different levels of uncertainty for different strategies as they affect each variable individually. And also interesting that some things are more uncertain than others. Prevalence, for example, is more uncertain than the population dynamics. And I think that's because prevalence is this vicious cycle. It's this self-reinforcing process, and that drives an expansion of uncertainty, whereas some of the population dynamics are dominated by balancing feedback processes that tend to produce a more uniform outcome. That's an kind of an example of what we can do with the model. So our aspiration is essentially to take this table and add more columns and more rows. So there'll be sort of more categories of actions integrated into a single piece so that we'll be able to look at consequences across a fairly wide variety of actions. Not everything is easily amenable to this. I'll just comment on one more feature. There's some other things we aspired to do but haven't done yet, particularly focused on the baiting and feeding ban and carcass disposal and transport. Those are attractive because they have some kind of core physics that they connect to in the model, but there are some really big uncertainties here. So, we know that for baiting and feeding, we know that deer congregate and that prions have elevated presence in areas with baiting and feeding. But what we don't know is precisely how much transmission in Wisconsin in particular occurs through that pathway versus other pathways, direct contact, or, and we also don't know very well behaviorally how much does banning, getting rid of a baiting and feeding site actually reduce the social contact among deer. So it's pretty hard to tie that down to a solid number. So we can give you a tool that sort of lets you assume if you could reduce contact 10%, here's the outcome for prevalence and other infection stats, but we don't have the input to kind of guide that choice. And the same problem exists for carcass disposal and transport. We can do the mass balance of how many deer were taken by hunters or hit by cars, and how many of them ended up in a dumpster versus left on the landscape, and what did those dumpsters cost. But what we don't know, again, is if a deer is left on the landscape, how many sort of deer years of prion deposition is that equivalent to, and what fraction of infections currently are coming from that process versus some other infection process. So again, we'd have to do a bunch of sensitivity analysis and ultimately make some wild guesses about things where we just don't know very much. So that's the challenge going forward. On the other hand, sort of uncertainty about these things can't stop you from acting. You've got to do something. So ultimately you have to behave as if you knew the answer or make some guesses about these things in order to go forward. So hopefully we can at least make it clear where we're acting on good guidance from the literature, say, versus acting on kind of our gut feeling that we plugged into the tool in order to test a wide variety of possible alternatives. So that's where we are. Happy to discuss this more. We'll have another opportunity to kind of peek under the hood of the models and talk about this further, and I look forward to that.
Tom, it's Mike Samuel one more time. I'm guessing, and I guess I'm looking for your input and expertise here, that the transmission rates or infection rates by direct contact and through environmental routes are really key to some of the predictions you're making. And I wonder if that's a topic that you might explore with us as we do the look under the hood part.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do some focus on that. So we've done, basically we don't have the time in this project to do a bunch of primary research of, essentially doing a lot of model tuning to the data to try to estimate those parameters. Although the data that we do have does put some bounds on what's possible or what's plausible. But so we're primarily looking to the literature to see what the range of possibilities for these things are in other studies. But of course, that's a little problematic in its own way because it might not be Wisconsin, or it might not be whitetail, or it might not be the same climate zone even. So it's challenging all around. So we're trying to sort of triangulate by mixing literature versus with what fits the data in Wisconsin, and also sort of what are the folks that we're talking with that NWHC and DNR as subject matter experts think are plausible ranges for these things. All right, thanks.
All right, Tom, so is that it? Are you ready for breakout rooms on your end?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
All right, well then, my nemesis of the day, breakout rooms. So what I'm going to instruct folks to do is any of our co-hosts and any members that actually can see the breakout rooms in the bottom, please just go back to your original rooms. I actually asked our co-hosts not to assign people at the moment and leave that to me. Because once someone is assigned, they're tied to that room, and it's gonna take me a little bit to make the rooms even. So if other people are doing it, it kind of gums it up. So if people could join rooms if they're able and get in there, then I'll start putting people in rooms. It may not be the same room you're in before. At this point, it is brainstorming, and Jen and Christine will outline the steps better within the rooms. But that's it. The makeup of the room isn't as important as it was in previous times.
Yeah, and just a little bit more into that, both rooms have the same questions that at least we'll use, but this is a pretty organic, unstructured brainstorming session. We have questions to help prompt discussion if needed. Somehow I doubt that'll be needed, but that is the aim, is just get out all the ideas, and later we'll be working outside of the meeting to categorize those into what's within the DNR authority, which are not, what type of action is it, and we'll be able to share that around too. So, all right, look forward to seeing you all in the room. Thank you.
And Jen, was about 10 minutes good for the report back? portion of this since we're a little off schedule, or 5 minutes, or?
Yeah, that's fine. And, we'll share the results after we categorize them and everything anyway. So I don't think we need very much time.
Okay, so we'll aim for probably a 2:20 or 2:25 end time to bring back to the main room then. All right, looks like some people joined. Again, if you're able to join a room, go for it. And then otherwise I will start moving people around.
And did you want to create a third room, or are we just going to go with 2?
We're just going with 2. Tom.
Okay, so I'll just jump in where I was before.
Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great. And for the people that I'm going to assign, you might jump a little bit. So close your eyes when you're going from screen to screen, but we'll get you there in just a second.
Hey Kurt, would you like me to start up that 45-minute timer?
Yeah, I guess the math on it, actually do 40, please.
40? Okay, sounds good.
And
And you want me to
yes,
share my screen right away?
yeah, that would work.
Sounds good.
And yes, so people that are viewing on YouTube, I think know where we're headed, into breakout rooms for 40 minutes. Then we will come back for a brief wrap up of the meeting, but the meeting is ending at 2:30. So this is another breakout portion of this meeting. All right, so let me look at the gallery room here. So folks that are still in this main room, you have been assigned. So we are losing quite a few people. So hopefully those are going through to people. Tom, are you stuck in this room? Oh, he is gone. How about you, Liz? Are you having the same issues as before?
Yep, I'm stuck in this room.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to try something right now. Any luck on that one?
It said I was moved, but I still see the countdown timer.
Well, that's fun. Well, let's try again.
Same thing. It says I was in room 1.
Okay. Well, let me try this. No, I can't. Is it fairly easy for you? Are you on Zoom version that you could just leave the meeting and rejoin?
Yeah, I can leave and rejoin.
Excellent, thank you. Then that should help. And Mr. Riggle, looks like you're having issues too.
I'm staring at a big timer.
Gotcha.
It says I was moved, but it didn't move.
Okay, how confident are you? Could you join or leave and rejoin?
Try it, see what happens. If you don't see me, you'll know it didn't work.
Sounds good, I appreciate it. And Liz, I see you're back, so I am gonna try to put you in a room.
Thanks, Kurt.
Excellent.
And it's super weird that they need assistance.
Yeah, I think Zoom is just challenging us today. Which someone did give us the warning that it was actually Zoom was acting up for them in a previous meeting. So guess should have heeded the warning. All right, see you back here, Mike, and I am going to assign you now.
Hey, Kurt,
Yes.
can you shoot me into room 2?
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of DNR folks in room 1. I thought I'd go check out room 2 just to make sure that we're covered there.
Excellent. I will do that right now, and thanks for keeping an eye on that.
Thanks.
I just moved. Okay, perfect. You went through. Okay, so yeah, Lorenzo, this one will be similar. I'll jump into rooms and we'll just watch the timer. And then yeah, this last time we won't be able to just close the rooms, but I'll go ahead and do that. But guess see ya at 35-ish minutes.
Oh, good.
Hey, Lorenzo, can you hear me?
Hi, Kurt. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, you can go ahead and stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
We're pretty much wrapped up. Do you remember when you set up the breakout rooms? Was there anything about like when closed rooms, there's a 60-second timer or anything like that? Did you see that option?
Yeah, I did. I think the standard is 60 seconds. Did you want me to go ahead and do that?
I'll just click. Oh, so you did that? Like that's if I close the rooms, that's what would happen?
I believe so. Let me
Okay.
see if there's a way I can double check that. Um,
It's not a huge deal. Both groups are pretty wrapped up, but I just wanted to make sure.
I think it is. I think if it's the standard, I don't think I unchecked it.
Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and close the rooms. There you go. 60 seconds.
Sweet.
So yeah, we'll have everyone join back in the rooms here. And then let Jen and Christine kind of wrap up. Then I'll do final remarks and we'll have a successful meeting.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Just as a reminder, hold your side conversations until I end the meeting. I'll give you an all clear.
All right, I think I'm hitting the big red button worked pretty well. So looks like everyone is back in. So I know probably lists are pretty long in both rooms. So I'll leave it to you, Jen, how best you feel to summarize, or if it's better to summarize in between meetings. But got a couple minutes to go from there.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we'll compile the lists and do some classification and maybe send out a couple places where maybe there needs to be further thought. We definitely highlighted that, or we ended on the challenging trade-off that what's most effective isn't always, how can the DNR reduce the resistance to reducing deer populations was one of the last questions we ended up on. And I think that's a place where additional thought and some creativity may help move the envelope towards more effective management. So we'll send out that list once we compile it and potentially some more questions to get the thoughts going. Tom, did you have anything you want to add or any particular points you wanted to share?
Sorry, I had the mute button on. Yeah, actually, we probably hit on a lot of the same points, and certainly reducing resistance or increasing legislative and public acceptance of the kinds of things that were in the original plan really featured fairly prominently. But we had a bunch of interesting ideas as well for kind of the surveillance and emergent area problems. But I think the strategy of consolidating and sharing makes sense.
Excellent. So with that, I think the duty is on me to bring us home. So just with the last couple minutes here, I just want to do my typical kind of logistical stuff. So now I emailed a whole bunch of dates at everyone for upcoming meetings. I do want to touch on two of them specifically. So for early December, December 3rd from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., that is our public input meeting. So that is where members of the public will be able to provide comment and input to the committee. This meeting will be solely focused on public comment, so not a question and answer session. We're just giving members of the public time to provide their input to the committee process. Committee members, you guys are encouraged to attend the meeting, but if you're not able to attend, we ask that you watch the recording that we'll have available for this meeting. And for members of the public that are not able to attend, as a reminder, there is the CWD response plan web mail, which is on the DNR website. If you go to the search bar, type in CWD response plan, you'll see that email on the bottom right of that page, and that's open for comments at any point, and those go directly to the committee or get to the committee. And then the other meeting, which was referenced when Tom was speaking, is the December 10th, and that's from 9 to 11 as well. And that'll be an opportunity to ask more specific questions of the model process, and it'll be a really good opportunity. We're calling it the under the hood, just to get more questions and focus more on the modeling portion of this process. With this one, not required for committee members to attend, but obviously if you're interested, that's the time for that. And then the last thing that I want to wrap this up is kind of hinted at it at the beginning, a question that we have been getting as far as we're getting closer to the end here. And I think maybe a few people with cameras that are being shared would smile at that point. But as far as the next steps and kind of where we're headed. So Jen did a great job of outlining that in the beginning of her talk. So some of it's going to be repeat here, but I think it's good to make sure that we're clear on where this committee is working towards. So at the end of this process, like Jen said, the committee will be producing a response plan goal statement, objectives hierarchy with metrics, and a consequences table. And those products will go to the CWD implementation team in that form of that input document that Jen described, and you guys will be able to see basically the format of one of those here in between the meetings. That the implementation team will look at over everything from the committee, including the input which is specifically the input document. And that'll be the meat of what they'll be looking at when they are joining together. And the team will consider all the information to determine what alternative plan achieves the best balance among all those objectives. So once the implementation team is done with that portion, the product will be sent back to the committee for review prior to the next step of it going to the NRB. There are no planned meetings, further committee meetings past the January meeting, but if there are areas that the committee has concern on, we can discuss how to best address them at that time after, again, that final CWD implementation team step. This process is similar to DNR-based committees, so it's very similar to other committees that I think some of you have been a part of in different worlds. So the idea here is to serve everyone as best as we can, stakeholders, agencies, and partners. The end goal is to have the response plan updated in time for implementation. So that's part of the reason why we're on such a tight timeline here. In a perfect world, we're aiming for next fall. The ideas that come from this committee and then CWD implementation team steps can hopefully implement some of them in the fall based on the changes or maybe no changes to the response plan. So with that, I know we've said it kind of two different ways. I just wanted to give, as far as Jen giving her overview, mine maybe being a little bit more in depth, but just wanted to state that just based on some questions we've had and maybe give us a vision of where we're headed. And with my talk, that does bring us to 2:30, and I am happy if people have questions at the moment, want to stay on a little bit. Otherwise, if people want to email me any questions on what I just said or just the process in general, we can I can always respond to those and share with the group. But otherwise, I am happy to wrap up the meeting and thank you all for your time, and we'll be in touch with the next pre-work, and you all have a great Thanksgiving and happy opening day if you're participating and in Wisconsin. So.
Great, thanks everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
I have a quick question for you. Whoops.
Oh, yep, go ahead, Mike.